Greetings. Let me start talking here. There seems to be personality. Like, it seems like somebody has to make a little effort to start talking. But it only seems that way. Because it actually just happens, but actually it's not happening. Actually it doesn't happen. Actually nothing happens. And there is nothing happening. And I'll debate you on that if you want. I challenge you to show me something that's happening, or even anything that's existing. Go ahead, show me a thing. Or even show me a verb, an action. I'll wait, as they say. But I'm gonna keep going because to continue talking, it kind of like requires continual proof. It's where the tires meet the road. But as I say that, you know, then I stop talking. But it's okay, because that is okay, because there isn't any talking anyways. I mean, come on. Where's the talking? Just, you know, show it to me. Can you grab onto it? Where's the talking? Where's even experiencing? It's nowhere. Where's your experience? Can you nail it down? Can you bracket it off into a discrete object? Of course not. But what's more is that it has, it's just completely absence of any kind of substance. And by substance, I not only mean material, like there's no material. I think that's fairly obvious. But there's nothing immaterial either. There's just no experience here. It doesn't matter whether I talk or not, because there's, you know, there's not actual difference. There is no talking and there's no not talking. There's no hearing, you know. Where are you hearing? You know, where's the sound? There's no understanding. There's not. Listen, it's not simply that you don't understand what I'm saying. It's not simply that you just don't understand this. It's just that there's no such thing as understanding. I mean, I know you're thinking, yeah, but I understood what you just said enough to disagree. But look again, you know, look closer. Look closer at your apparent understanding of these words. What is it? Where is it? What is it? What's the it that you understand or not? And it's not like, it's not gibberish. I'm not spouting off gibberish, nor gobbledygook. You can't understand this as gibberish. You can't understand this as nonsense. I seem to be making, you know, a rudimentary syntactical sense with what I'm saying in the English language. I seem to be. You seem to be understanding. You know, the sentences that I'm saying. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. But then, what is the sense that's made? What's the meaning? Where is it? What and also, you know, what could it even be? Like if you feel like you're just not understanding this because this doesn't make sense, because like this is lacking meaning or something, implying that there's some possibility of meaning elsewhere. Let's, you know, where's that? What is that? You know, what is this possible meaning that's somewhere else that could exist? Like, what's the way that this could make sense? Because any apparent meaning is it's like less. Like apparent meaning is what it is like a limitation. It's actually a trying to kill that which is real, which is nothing. I mean, it's like it's an attempt actually to kill nothingness, to you know, like turn it into a mummy of sorts, or a specimen, a preserved specimen. But it's also okay, you know. It's all right if you want to like go ahead and attempt to make meaning. It's fine. I mean, because it won't happen. Like you just can't. There might seem to be like an appearance of a possible meaning that maybe it seems like you could grab for a second, but honestly, it's actually, meaning is never actually present. It's always projected elsewhere, either in the future. I mean, usually, you know, the meaning will come in the future, or in the past, like things used to make sense, or something else would make sense. Some other configuration of reality would make sense, other than this. Never, but it's never this, you know, like this here. This never makes sense, ever. It never has meaning. There just simply isn't. It never has and it never will. And even everything that I say is already like severely compromised. Like everything that I'm saying is compromised in that it already seems to make more sense than there actually is. Even words like saying like has, like never has or never will, is a problem. Implying that anything ever has been or will be. Implying that there's like, you know, such an existence as a thing, or like could be. You know, it seems like this is kind of like the least problematic of these words. What do you think that? What do you think that is? That pole, like somebody's weapon that they dumped there. Instrument of violence. Everything that I'll say is necessarily contradictory to itself. I'll necessarily be contradicting myself all the time. Because that is actually the nature of things. Like there's only really paradox. If, you know, and even to say that is kind of a compromise. And we also, you know, can't stop trying. To make sense of things, to make sense of the world. We can't stop. Not because there's any kind of moral imperative or any kind of imperative upon the apparent possibility of making sense, but just that it's not possible to stop. It's not possible to stop the feeling of incompleteness of things, of irresolution. It's like irresolution is, you know, is like a fundamental quality of reality. They're just like something such. There is no such thing as resolution, actually. Because what would resolution be? It'd be like a cessation. And a cessation doesn't exist inherently. You know, it's more of like an absence, or it's like, you know, the apparent event of absence becoming, but you know, it's like the absence doesn't actually exist. But the presence doesn't exist. You know, the something existing apart from absence doesn't exist, you know, and then the cessation doesn't exist either. And I know, you know, this might seem very abstract. And, you know, pointless. And it is. It is completely pointless. But it's not actually abstract though. Because there just isn't a hard reality. Like there's no what's the opposite of abstract, you know? There's no like direct reality for something to, you know, be abstract by comparison. It's all words, and yet it's not even that. Like, you know, this is only words, and so it's inconsequential for sure. Like there's not a message. It's just kind of, it is really just words, apparently. But then it's actually not even that. It's not even words. It's less than that. Like this is less than words. I mean, I guess interestingly, it would seem as if one would need to understand English in order to understand that there's nothing to understand here, that there's no substance to what I'm saying. And you know, if you didn't understand English. But you know, this is pointless to say. Like there's no reason. There's no reality to this statement that I just said. You know, if you didn't understand English, like there's simply no reason to like venture that proposition. Because you do understand English, and you're understanding this, you know. There's not an other situation. You know, I'm just kind of like seeming to like take a strong position. You know, I'm like appearing to be obstinate about this. And that's like, I can do that, but it's also pointless. But it's also not. It's also I'm also not taking a strong position, and that there's not such thing as other viewpoints. You know what I'm saying? I think you understand. I think you understand what I'm saying. There's not other viewpoints. Like there's just no such thing. There's not an other reality. Because, you know, quite frankly, there's not even a this reality. Like there aren't any viewpoints. Like this is not a viewpoint. There's no such thing as a viewpoint. There's no such thing as a perspective. There are no perspectives, you know? And I don't understand what I'm saying. There's no. You don't understand what I'm saying, nor do I. Because there's no such thing as understanding, and there's not even a saying. There's nothing being said. There's no action of saying anything. There's no communication. There's no such thing as communication. It just does not exist. This is not experience. No, I feel like saying there's no anything, but there's also no nothing. There's neither. But then, you know, I can't even say neither, because that kind of does imply a nothing, which there isn't any. I think you already know, you know. You already know. But also you don't know. Like, no one knows. Like, there isn't actually knowing. There simply isn't. But it's like, I say you know, I say you already know what I'm saying. Just to dispel some kind of idea that I know something that you don't. Some idea that you could get something, or that you could learn something. Because that's not the case. I don't know anything. And neither do you. And to the extent which it, like, to the extent which you seem to know something, it's just like a limitation. But it's not. But it's also not. You know, it's also fine. It's fine to seem to know something. It's fine because you don't actually know. Because nothing is harmed. Ever, actually. There's no damage. You can't get things wrong, because there just is nothing to be gotten at all. It's not possible to get things right or wrong. It's not really possible to like, understand versus misunderstand, because there's just neither. Pardon me, I really got a whiz. But also, it's also like I'm not correct, you know. I'm not correct about any of this. There is no correctness, you know. It's not like I'm farther along than you or anything like that. There's not any kind of like spectrum or development. There really is not development. There's not growth, and there's not learning. There's not like more sophistication or less sophistication. There's not, you know, more true or less true. There's no truth. I mean, in the sense that there isn't anything. Like this, you know, this isn't anything. And it could never be anything, you know? You already know. Like at most this is like unknowing, you know? Like this is unknowing, but there never was any knowing to begin with. There's not, you know, there's no movement. There's like there's no sort of gain, you know. And there's no sort of gain, and there's no, you know, there's no cessation of the idea of gain. There's no stopping the seeking. Because there isn't actually seeking, you know. There feels like seeking. It feels like you're looking for something, but that is just kind of like the incompleteness, you know, that's inherent. That is actually the nothing. Which is, you know, it's like it's fine, and it's also not fine. Like you could say that nothing will ever be fine, and that's fine. Or conversely, like you know, everything has always been fine, always will be fine. And that's, I don't know, I guess maybe that's fine. But it's also not, you know, there's not like there's not like real contentment, you know. There's not actual contentment. Maybe I don't know, maybe contentment like could be said to wait. No, I mean, I was gonna say like maybe contentment could be said to exist to the same degree that seeking and discontentment exists, like they exist in a balance or something. But I think that would be a little misleading to say that either of those exist. Because really, there just is nothing. That's kind of like, you know, like we can say that nothing is the substrate of reality, if you want, you know. If you need to try and, like, you know, say that there is a reality, you can kind of make a picture in your mind of you know, there being a reality of which nothing or nothingness, if you you know, if you must add a ness on the end of that nothing, is the substrate of it. But and then, you know, like, you know, nothing getting shaped into apparent form. You know, if you must use that kind of crutch, you know, like form, like, but there really isn't form. I don't know. I don't think there is. Is there a seeming? I don't know. Like, you know, and it's actually like everything that I can't even talk about. Doesn't actually exist. I can't actually talk about something that exists. You know, it's like at most it's only like the about. You know, it's like the you know, the referent is not real. Like like there's no, like the signified is not real, neither is the signifier, you know. Like what's talked about is not real, but like maybe it seems like the about is real, but no, that's not either. There's nothing, you know, there's nothing better or worse. There's not value. Sorry, the camera doesn't want to sit anywhere that's not just like pointing at the wall. Wait, let me fix it. No, I mean, I know I don't need to apologize. Like we don't have to rage against art, you know. We don't have to we don't have to protest art, you know, because there isn't any. There just is not art, you know. There is not such a thing. It does not exist. There's no, there isn't spirituality either. There's no problem. There isn't a problem. I mean, except sort of like in a sense, just, you know, reality at all could be described as a problem. Like in a sense, like there's only problem. But then like at the same time, like it's not really a problem that there's a problem. Like it's sort of fine that there's only problem. It's like if, you know, if you sort of accepted that there's only problem, then it's like, you know, there's no problem. But there's no actual acceptance either. Because there's nothing that could be accepted, nor is there anyone to accept. There's no one to, you know, do the accepting. It's fine. It's like so fine that you know, things are so fine, it's just hard to accept that that's the case. But it's also fine to not accept, you know. There isn't actually acceptance or non-acceptance. It's like, you know, you can freak out too. That's fine. To feel not fine, you know. To freak out and feel terrible. That's fine. Anhedonia, you know, that's fine. Because it just simply isn't real, you know. There isn't any of these things. There isn't depression. Or happiness, you know. There just isn't anything. There isn't a problem. I mean, unless you want to consider that to be a problem, that's fine too. Because like, it's fine to just consider that there's only a problem. There's only problematicness. There's not, it's like, you know, there's not any kind of value judgment like for this video, for instance. Like, you know, let's just like have a little fun and like propose an idea like this video as something that exists. Just for fun. You know, whilst, you know, hopefully, maybe we'll maintain awareness that it's like, you know, this isn't something real that we're talking about. Or maybe we won't, and that's fine too. there's no value judgment, you know, for this video. I mean, just like how could there be? Like, how could this be? How could there even be like a better or a worse? You know? There just so obviously isn't. But, you know, more than that, there's not such a thing as this video, you know? Be sure to like and subscribe, by the way. And check out my Patreon page. Maybe, you know, why don't you become a supporter? You'll love it. You'll love my Patreon content. Exclusive content. You'll get so much value out of it. You'll expand so much. It'll help you so much. You'll become a better person and just, you know, get more out of life if you become one of my Patreon supporters and unlock the exclusive content. But, you know, there's no reason for sarcasm. Because there's not anything bad. Well, you know, well, sure, like there is, but no. Well, yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know. But it's also fine to be sarcastic. I guess I will just, I guess I will, you know, start saying something here just to kind of, I mean, not for anything. Not for a reason. So I'll say something again. And, yeah, I just don't feel like I can make any concessions. But, I mean, it'd be fine if I did. And, you know, we could, but there isn't, you know, there isn't a concession. There aren't any concessions. There aren't any concessions to be made. I don't think. I don't think there is such a thing as a concession. I think this is fine. There's no, there isn't actually intelligence of any kind. There's not, there isn't a worldview. There's just no such thing as a worldview. Hold on, I'm gonna whiz again. So I'll say another thing, but I'm not. there's not anything to say, but it's okay because there's not anything said either. There's not even any actual saying, you know, there's not any actual saying of nothing. Like, this isn't saying or anything else. The more that I say, the more it's like nothing is said, but that's just kind of like, that's not even true. It's just like, you know, it's just kind of like, I was actually kind of making a concession to like fun metaphor or something poetic sounding. Just making kind of like a concession to something poetic sounding that didn't actually have any meaning. I like it. But I mean, not actually. It's like I'll you know, but I mean, like, just kind of like disregard everything that I'm gonna say. But moreover than that, pretty much disregard everything that I have ever said and ever will say. Just go ahead and disregard it. In fact, actually just kind of like go ahead and disregard everything. But also, you know, just like even disregard the notion of disregarding, because there's no actual regarding. Like there's no, you're not, there's no regarding. There's neither you to regard, there's nothing to be regarded, and there's no action of regarding. But like, you know, just disregard that statement. What was I gonna say? I don't remember. Oh yeah, like liking, you know? What is that? I like, you know, in scare quotes, that that I don't have to relate to this or anything. I don't have to relate to this in terms of liking or not, of liking it or not. I don't actually I don't like I don't like this experience, you know? I don't like this experience. I don't dislike it, but it's also that there just isn't this isn't like this experience. This isn't experience at all. There is no experience at all. There's not a possibility of liking or disliking. I'm actually smiling. I smiled. It wasn't on the camera, but I smiled. I'm just telling you that. I'm just telling you that so that, because it kind of happens. It kind of happens that, oh hey, there's a blue heron right there. Whoa. Ice fish. It just kind of happens sometimes that I make concessions. And so I'll tell you that I smiled. But also, like I said before, there aren't any concessions. I told you that I smiled because I thought, I should alleviate your tendency to worry about me. But then after I did that, I felt kind of dirty. I felt like I'd made a little compromise towards sociability. But that's fine. Towards compromise towards like there's something good. Or like, we can feel good about something. It's fine. It's fine. Like emotion is not a problem. It's really not a problem. Because there just isn't emotion. It's not real. Like it doesn't even seem, Well, I mean, like, sure, it might seem, but I'm also saying, like, there's no seeming. I don't know. Maybe there is. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's only... No, there's not. There's really not. There just isn't anything. It's almost better to not appear. But that's not actually true. It's like it's fine to not appear. I It's fine to appear also because there's no actual appearance. It doesn't matter if there's recognition or not. Like if there's not something or someone to be recognized or to recognize. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe there could. I don't know. I don't know why I'm talking like this. I mean, I guess of course I don't know why. There isn't a. I guess I'm. I was gonna say I was getting slightly annoyed with something. But now there's not anything. I guess I will say something. I mean, like just to say something like there's yeah, apparently I'm making some sort of video. Apparently this is something that I do. This how do I judge? You know, I'm starting to judge. There's starting to be judgment. Apparently. There's starting to be judgment as if something could be better in some way. But I know it couldn't. It's like that's just a mirage. But shouldn't I be talking more continuously? Maybe I should. I mean, there's no should, but I think maybe I, you know, maybe I will, but there's no will. Maybe I'll try, but there's, you know what I'm saying. You already know. No, you know, this is no stimulation. None of that. No dopamine. No serotonin. We're not indulging in any of that shit. Fuck that shit. Know what I'm saying? But now I'm actually kind of joking. So there's like, I guess that is kind of stimulation. Whoops. Hey, don't worry though. There's only 2 hours left. You know that's not true. You know there's no time. We're just pretending, you know, we're just playing around. We're just messing around. We're just messing around. I'm just messing around with you. See, look, I'm drinking tea. You're not allowed to worry. No consistency. There is no consistency. It's a lie, you know? Consistency is really just a lie. There's nothing to look forward to. There's no hope. And I'm saying there's no hope, and I don't mean this pessimistically. It's not like I'm like, you know, not like I'm secretly holding on to hope or something. I'm just saying that there's no, I'm just saying that hope is like, you know, it's the same thing as just non-acceptance. It's, but you know, it's just false. It's like that. It's like some idea that things could be better. There just isn't better. I mean, there's like, you know, there's changing emotions, there's changing circumstances, apparently, but there's not actually change, you know. I'm just saying that there's not change. Like this isn't, I'm not saying something depressing. I'm just saying there's not change, because there's not anything. But I think just for no reason, like I'm now trying, I mean, I don't know, I'm just talking for no reason. This isn't like wisdom, you know. There's not This isn't wisdom. There's no spirituality here. There's no like transcendent perspective. There's no point in talking, and there's no point in not talking. There's, you know, it's like there's nothing good to say. There's nothing to say at all. But I'm gonna, I don't know, I'm gonna keep talking. I had the thought, I'm cold. My feet are cold and wet. And then I was like, it's stupid to say that. I don't know. Now I feel negative emotions. Is that real? Have I just, you know, I may, you know, make myself out to be a fool and a hypocrite. That could be the case. You know, that my feet will be cold, or like you know, I'll be increasingly less able to deny that as some kind of reality, as being real in some way, you know. I don't know, maybe there's no contradiction. I'm tired though. I'm cold and tired. I feel like stopping. I feel like stopping and going home. But, you know, like, why the fuck would I do that, you know? Like, why the fuck would I do what I feel like doing? There's no actual feeling like doing something. Maybe there is. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I feel really lost. But that's not true, or if it is true, it's okay. I feel confused. But that's, you know, I don't have some kind of illusion that like that's a problem that could be solved. Like I'm just kind of doing something for no reason, but it's something that I don't really like feel like doing. I'm just doing it. It's you know, it's just like a shape of nothing. Like it apparently has to come in some shape, but also, you know, but also there's not really a shape. Like there's no actual shape. Like this isn't actually a shape. This isn't actually form. Maybe I'll kind of feel bad. Maybe I feel bad, but that's fine. Like it would be fine to just continue feeling bad forever. I don't think that's actually possible, but also at the same time, like, you know, feeling bad, that's not actually a real thing. yeah, I don't feel I don't really feel like motivation to keep making this video but like I don't feel motivated. But I guess I don't feel motivated to stop either. I mean, I guess with my feet feeling increasingly cold, there's sort of a growing disequilibrium there that, you know, it will eventually take me back home. And it does, it also, that disequilibrium, you know, like my coldness and my tiredness, and my like grumpiness, my like bad mood or whatever, is interesting. It's interesting because it's like as I get kind of like more mentally tired, it's actually like more difficult to kind of maintain the stance of there not being anything. This is interesting to me. It's like harder. It's harder actually to like kind of like see into the emptiness of things. As I get tired. But then that like, but of course that's fine, you know. It's of course completely fine. There's like, I'm not saying this as a problem at all. But like, you hear the way that I'm speaking now, and it seems a little bit more down to earth or something. Yeah, I mean like down to earth as in like comfortable, you know. It's like more comfortable to hear me talk about this kind of stuff because now you're like, oh yeah, okay, he's a normal person like me or whatever, or like, you know, like a, you know, to like confirm, you know, to like make it easier, you know, like we can just kind of like rest easy on these like sort of like weird conditional beliefs in like the solidity of things, or like, you know, like feet getting cold is actually a real thing, so we'll kind of like retreat, you know, or like kind of retreat from the real into this like this more like imaginary world of you know, that there being such a thing as like feet and coldness, or such a thing as like human experience. Well, like, yeah, we can kind of like, as we get tired, we can just kind of retreat into human experience. And then we can seem to relate on that, you know? Like, oh yeah, I know how it feels to have cold feet. You know, this confirms our individuated existences. But that's, you know, and that's perfectly fine. There's not a problem with that. Just thinking without speaking. I guess that goes against or something. I guess that's wrong or something for this. I guess I guess now I'm like keep acknowledging stuff. Maybe that's unavoidable to acknowledge stuff. Yeah, I mean, like, you know, it's paradox, you know? Like nothing I can say can be right at all. No, you know, no position. It's like I have to, it's like I have to have a position. I have to take a position, but no position can be correct. Like I will, like I just have to be wrong, actually, all the time. Like it's unavoidable to be anything but incorrect. Like you can't be correct. You have to be incorrect all the time. You have to be wrong. So this is just like, you know, a video of being wrong. being wrong for as long as I can, really. Like, I mean, like, you know, it's infinite wrongness, but the longest video I can make of being like actively wrong, you know, like of actually like showing up. I'm showing up as wrong in the world. How do I judge, you know? Do I should I just like upload everything or nothing? There's sometimes I make a walking and talking and I don't upload it. How do I judge? Because I'm afraid, you know? I don't upload it. I don't upload it because I'm afraid. Because I know that it's too against. Like I'm afraid to be too against. I have to dangle in front of you some kind of pretense of meaning, some kind of reward. It's immoral. To dangle in front of you some kind of reason for what you're doing, for watching. Some kind of reason for this to exist, to appear to exist. It's a trick, you know? I'm just playing tricks on you. Everybody's always tricking each other. You know, we're constantly exercising our power over each other, whether to dole out little hits of dopamine or not. You know, like or not like. The most unwatchable. The least, more like the least watchable. I'm tired. I think partly I worked out this morning because I do that mostly out of vanity. You know, to improve my body image. You know, and like, you know, it's like I know that it doesn't matter, that there's not like there's not like a little treat at the end of the journey or anything. It's just like, you know, I just do it. I just work out. And like with the like knowledge, like working out with the knowledge of like, you know, I want to look sexy. And then at the same time being like, you know, this is also empty. And with the knowledge that, you know, I'll never like, you know, have satisfaction. There isn't satisfaction. There just isn't. Like, you know, even if it kind of seems like it, like it's not even for a moment. There's just mystery. But this is of course all entirely wrong. Everything that I'm saying is like untrue. It's stupid. It's stupid, really. You know, even my whole pursuit. You know, even like if I'll imagine, you know, like it's like kind of like unexaminedly, like this whole damn time, I've been like, you know, holding on to some kind of ideal, some kind of ideal that, you know, of like transcending or evading utility, or clear meaning or morality, like you know, to ostensibly like reach beyond those things, or keep moving into the horizon of you know, what's good and true and beautiful, which is like in that, and like in that action, like it kind of like the way that kind of appears to the world is like, you know, something that's like weird and ugly, and inexplicable, and you know, like it draws either like scorn or just like befuddlement, or even just like indifference of, or like not seeing, like not noticing all of that, and then and like, you know, so this is like, but then it, like, you know, like I this whole time I like am like kind of like being like unexaminedly driven by this ideal, you know, that like pervades this with some kind of importance or something, even though, you know, I'll keep stating that it's unimportant, that it's has no meaning, and etc., etc. And this whole ideal is just, you know, it's false. It's pointless. It's like, you know, like I could just kind of as easily just like be like, you know, I do things that are meaningful or fun, or that feel good, or you know, have utility, or beauty, you know, or that are, or even that are like soothing, or contribute to some kind of understanding. Like that'd be like, why not, you know? It's like, that's fine. That sounds a lot easier, but then at the same time, like this whole damn time, it's like I'm you know, I seem to be like holding on to some kind of martyr complex, by continuing to do something that's difficult and not really pleasurable, and doesn't really like advance, you know, any kind of social status, or make social connections or anything like that. I mean, I get the views, you know, it's like I get that number, you know, on the videos. I can always hold that out, like, you know, look at how many views my videos get. Look at that number, biatch. Excuse me, please. And so there's, you know, so there's that as like a kind of a type of sin, a type of materialism, of likes, or views and likes and whatnot, fame. What was that kind of forget where I was going with all that. But you know, like what I said also isn't strictly true, because it's not totally true that this is always like unpleasurable and hedonic. You know, like sometimes it's actually very fun, and like, for lack of a better word, like fulfilling or something. You know, like and like feeling, you know, like positive things, positive associated things like connection, or you know, connection with the universe or reality or whatever, or just like pushing my own understanding of the world, or like my relationship with the world. I mean, and all of this, of course, is also like, I'm also just like very aware right now of speaking very conditionally, and you know, speaking in a way that uses value judgments, which, you know, I ultimately don't put any belief in these, but it's just kind of happening now, you know. Like when I say like a good thing, like as you like heard me talk about the first like 2.5 hours, like I don't actually believe in that, but in any of it being like good or bad. But I'm just kind of saying this actually to just to kind of like negate the notion that that my experience is actually that of like martyrdom, or like that I imagine myself as as having a martyr complex. And yeah, I mean, yeah, and it's like, it's also like, of course like not going to be, it's like, I don't know, in a sense it's like maybe like not like this like continual like negation of everything, that nothing exists. That's like, I don't know if I can actually like say that that's true. I can't, you know. It's like that doesn't even exist as truth, you know. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, even you take the spirit of that and like just keep going with the spirit of that. It's like itself like has to be negated. Like itself has to not exist as truth, you know. Like nothingness, like nothingness can't, like doesn't persist as truth. You know what I mean? It's like to the extent that we're gonna proclaim nothingness to be like a fundamental substrate of reality, or like the fundamental feature of reality, or what reality is. It's like even that kind of like assertion sort of appears as a truth that has to itself kind of like, that it itself like can't hold substance, like it has to go too. And so then it's like that sort of implies like, you know, maybe there's something real. Or like, you know, like something real, like actually like like kind of like has to exist to the same extent that that nothing can exist, you know? I guess this is like, again, going back to like emptiness and form or something, but that like that form has to be in order for there to be emptiness. And so yeah, I don't know, could I like to kind of like yeah, I don't know, it's like I'm thinking back, like now I'm thinking back, and I don't know if that's if this is like if this is a kind of concession or a compromise or an illusion. Well, it is. I mean, it is an illusion to like be thinking about like the past part of this video. It is like as compared to like the present part of this video. It is a form of concession, we can say, in that it is like stratifying reality out, or extrapolating this out, or into, you know, past and present, like making an other of the past, you know what I'm saying? Like but it's okay to do that. It's okay to do that, 'cause, I mean, like, it's not real, and it never has been, and like there isn't a past, but like I don't know, like there's an okayness, actually. There is an actual okayness that like in like I can, like, I'm drawing kind of from memory of like the past part of this video, and like having a memory of like, I don't know, of like maybe like the absence of that okayness emotionally, but interestingly, like not actually being apart from it, not actually ever being apart from that okayness, you know, even if we can like perceive my mood as being kind of negative and bad, and just like, you know, this continuous, this like my mood being like negative, and my worldview like being one of just like continuous negation of everything, and then like, as opposed to now, like I'm aware of like an emotional tone of that feels like a more substantial okayness, like a more present, a more yeah, just like a more like kind of self-apparent okayness, but yeah, interestingly enough, it's like not that this was ever not here, you know, it's like not that it ever wasn't okay. I mean, that's kind of a phrase, you know, like it never wasn't okay. But I guess I'll move along. But yeah, but it's also like the okayness, like that, like to feel just like an actual, like, self-evident, like, apparently real okayness, like, that is pretty connected with like not compromising, and like not fooling yourself about things, about reality, you know, like not like it actually comes from not making any concessions. Not faking it, but you know, at the same time, like, go ahead and fake it, it's all right. It's like the okayness is still there. I'm gonna go take a whiz. You still filming? Yeah. I checked exactly at the 3-hour mark. How about that? Yeah, it's like there's no consistency in what I'm saying, you know? Like I'm just talking, and I'm not like maintaining a consistent point of view, or even a consistent framework of what I'm saying. It's not like everything that I'm saying isn't necessarily even compatible. Oops. You know, emotional topographies. Also, always. Apparently, there's apparently emotional topographies. But also, yeah, there's also always just mystery. Everything. There's nothing that's not. There's nothing that's not just like a complete paradoxical mystery. Even just like mundaneness, you know. But then again, you know, there's just like there is just like mundaneness, you know. Maybe it's, I don't know. Like I can't actually say that, like, you know, there's only paradox or there's only mystery. Because that in itself would, you know, seem to be some kind of answer. But then it's not, because then it's like things, then there's, you know, things that just seem to be normal. Maybe I'll get a sandwich. Or like I can, you know, I can think about something normal. Like a hot sandwich. What the hell is this glowing shit? What the hell's going on with these little glowing these look like the little drug containers, but why the hell are they what is going on here? This seems kind of unreal. Is that something you put drugs in? Why is it glowing? I don't know. It's always the same. Like I just kind of know that it's like everything's gonna like turn around. Everything's gonna be not how I thought it was. I'm just gonna keep being wrong, you know? Like by the end of this video, it's like now I'm like feeling like by the end of this video I'm just gonna be like feeling super like positive, energetic, chipper, relaxed, content, peaceful, chillaxed, humorous, in good cheer, in good humor. That's probably the best descriptor. Feeling at home in reality. With no need to you know, think about stuff. I'll just, you know, because that's you know, you can just kind of stop thinking about it too. And it's like, that's like actually a a perfect expression. Just don't think about it. It's fine. Like you're actually no more or less in contact with reality, if you just like kind of stop thinking about it. For, until it comes up again, until it appears to be a problem that needs thought about. Then you'll think about it, maybe, or maybe you won't for a while, and then maybe you'll stop thinking about it for a while. Maybe I'll stop thinking about it for a while. Maybe I'll stop making these videos at some point. At some point I surely will. Maybe I'll stop making these videos and I'll stop thinking about making them. Maybe I'll stop thinking about making these videos, but I'll keep making them. Maybe that's what I'm already doing, actually. Maybe I'll get a hot sandwich. But I don't want that sodium nitrite. Really. I'm not looking to get colon cancer. I'm not really looking to buy meat anymore. Just let me like now I'm just like kind of having fun, actually. So I'm making some concessions. I'm just gonna like talk about shit. Cause now it seems like fun now, and I'm just like kind of realizing that there's not like there's not some kind of like ethical standard that I have to hold to about continually like pointing out the unreality of everything. But yeah, I'm not really looking to buy meat anymore. I mean, like like maybe there's some circumstances in which I would, but I just been dumpster diving, which I've been doing for years, but I kind of like got re-inspired to keep doing it. Like sometimes I'll just kind of like lapse, or I'll get lax, I'll get lazy really, and then start buying food from the grocery store out of laziness. Well, or maybe it's not laziness, but maybe it's like a perception that that I don't have time to go dumpstering, or something, that some kind of perception that I want the convenience of getting exactly the thing that I want from the grocery store is like will be more conducive to doing other things that I perceive as important. Like I perceive doing other types of work as being like important, and so I get lazy about I get morally lazy about obtaining my food, and so I go buy it from the grocery store. But now I haven't bought food from the grocery store for like, I mean, at least a month. At least a month, yeah. And even in the month prior, like just barely. A little bit in the month prior. I was traveling. But then I got re-inspired by hanging out with an old friend of mine who I had learned to dumpster dive with. And that, you know, like seeing him still do it quite lucratively in terms of getting dank food. And I just, you know, was kind of like remembered, like, oh yeah, like I could be doing this a lot more than I am, because it's fun. It's like, it's actually more fun to me to rummage around in the dumpster and like see what you find. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's like, it is kind of a little more fun when you find something really dank, but like the surprise, you know, the surprise, the hunt of it, is just like so much more fun than like going in the grocery store, especially now during the pandemic, where like every time you go to the grocery store, you know, you're probably gonna have to wait in a long line outside of the store, and if you're lucky you don't have to wait in the line, but then like there's still that, you know, that feeling of like you're inside of a building with a bunch of strangers, and so there's that, like, you have to be careful, and then just that, then there's just that whole process of like picking and choosing, like, oh, what do I want to eat? Like, what are my priorities in terms of health and flavor and eating experience and all this stuff? All, you know, all the like self-referential thinking that has to go into choosing what you want to buy, and then like, oh, how much does it cost? Oh, what are the ethical implications of what I'm buying? Like, is this like, how much is this destroying the environment? How many animals suffered, to what extent? Did the animals live happy lives? I'm getting this packaging, you know, which like kind of damages the planet on both ends, both in the extraction of material, and then it becomes waste, which is pollution and all this shit. And then you're also spending money, like you're giving your hard-earned dough, or maybe it's not hard-earned. Well, but either way, it's like, you know, you're diminishing your power when you hand over that cash. You know, all that. And then, but then you go, you know, dumpstering, and if you know where to go, you get some dank shit, you get some healthy food, you get the thrill of the hunt. You get to rescue, you know, you get food that's still good, there's nothing wrong with it, that would have otherwise gone to the landfill and just be totally wasted. And it's free. I mean, maybe if you're driving your car, then you spent a little gas money, but you know, probably not much more than you would spend driving to the grocery store anyways. And even as far as time, I think I would have to calculate that it's like it might even take less time than grocery shopping. I mean, I haven't, like, you know, done all the calculation of, like, you know, doing the sorting and, like, you know, washing things off or something, but I think it takes less. And then, like, I mean, that's not even counting, like, the hours that you would have to work in order to make the money to purchase the food. Like, if you actually tally that in, then, you know, dumpstering comes way ahead. But it's just fun. I mean, what was I getting? I guess I got onto this topic because I was talking about maybe I'll get a hot sandwich, but then I was like, so like, yeah, at one point in my life I was vegetarian, and then I was vegan, and then I was like dumpster diving all of my food, so like freegan or something, but still not eating meat. And then at some point I was like, became more freegan, where I would eat dumpstered meat or roadkill meat, meat that that's not like contributing to the demand. It's not, I'm not like essentially paying, the factory farm to raise and slaughter an animal. But at some point, that practice did kind of, I did kind of like ethically slide a little bit into like sometimes purchasing meat, because like I felt like it was good for me dietarily to eat some animal products. And then so at some point I like did a little ethical slip slide, and I'd like, buy some grass-fed beef sometimes or something. But now I'm just like in a more inspired phase, actually, where I'm just like not buying anything really. I guess I did buy some bread from the bakery the other day. I bought a loaf. But yeah, I think I've kind of decided not to buy meat anymore. Just like, like it's like to the extent that suffering is real or something, like let's just not, like if we don't have to, if I'm just as fine without it, why the fuck not buy meat, Makes me happy. Makes me happy to know that I'm like, to like comparatively inflict less animal suffering. And just like, like buying stuff in general. Like it makes me happier to know that I'm contributing a little bit less like trash into the landfills and all that stuff, and just every part of it's more fun to me, even though it's like the practice of dumpster diving itself, it's not like globally scalable. That is like not every single person, like we couldn't like solve all these problems by every single person dumpster diving. That doesn't really work. But just because something isn't scalable doesn't mean it's not worth doing. But if you actually like kind of like take like the spirit behind the dumpster diving, like the sort of if you like what is the moral kind of like guideline that's leading towards the, or like what are like the set of attitudes and the set of relating to the world that leads to the dumpster diving. And I would argue that is scalable, because you apply that to everything. You apply that to different things, to everyone's different situation. And not only that is scalable, it's like kind of like imperative to scale that. And just like what is that? I guess it's like maybe kind of, I guess it's just like a holistic examination of one's actions in the world. that like for me that involves for me that's like the separation of like myself, like my experience versus the impact in the world is like very not separate. It's like you know, like my personal experience, the quality of it is very linked into my understanding of the effects of what I'm doing to others, you know? Like every time I'm like buying food, there's like maybe some pleasure, you know, like maybe I buy some food that's like pleasurable to me or something, like maybe there's that pleasure, but like that's really like not so it's just not so important. It's like not powerful enough. I mean, maybe sometimes it is, but like I do feel like I'm like not fully in alignment with, you know, like a joyful way of being in the world when I like, you know, buy food at a restaurant or at a grocery store. But that's not gonna like apply to everyone, you know. Everyone has a different situation, and it's like that's also not to say that like you know, exchanging money for food is like inherently problematic. I don't think it is. It's not like inherently wrong or sinful. Just like in my kind of situation where I have this option, this opportunity to do something else. That's kind of what works for me. But like some of that thinking about stuff like can just like be applied to anyone's situation, you know? That's the sort of consideration is really the more important part. And you know, I'm very aware that like like I'm just like speaking in an entirely different mode. Like this is just an entirely different framework of reality than what I was talking about earlier, and that I'm you know, projecting into time and whatever. There's no consistency here, and that's fine. It's like it just is, or it's not fine, or it's like, or it's stupid, or it's deficient in some way, and that's also fine. Like how could anything not be fine? I mean, I know, like things aren't things actually are kind of not fine in the same degree that they are fine. So yeah, I don't know, like maybe if we want to like try and look at this video as like over time or something, like if we want to extrapolate into linear time, just for the hell of it, we can kind of see a trajectory of just very like uncompromising emptiness no concessions made, no fucks given, or like all fucks given, you know, all like no concessions, all fucks giving, like giving every possible fuck. I don't quite want to call it like a negative outlook on the world, but I want to like figure out like a negation oriented approach to the world. Like, and I guess like, yeah, like in that, like that sense of the word negative, like negative, like the real sense of negative. And then I'm like, that's kind of cool, because like being negative, that's fine. Like being, like, you know, being affirming being negative. It's like I feel pretty down with that. Down with negativity. Affirmative of negativity. I'm down with that. Can't see where the puddles are. And then, you know, just going through that, and then like then at some point, like that kind of like, having an interesting way of like eating itself, of negating itself, and then there being kind of like a tension that was created by this no concessions negative orientation. There being kind of like a built up potential energy, or like like an actual disequilibrium of reality, where you're like as far to the negative side as you can get. Like you're actually like you're actually like exercising a resistance to like persevere into the negative. And then you're there, and like reality is taut like a stretched rubber band, with holding you as the spitball, or the like little wadded up piece of paper. You know, like when you like roll up a piece of paper, a little piece of paper, you roll it up into a thing, and then you bend it in half, and then you hold the rubber band in between your thumb and forefinger, and then use it to slingshot the piece of paper at your classmate. At least that's what we did in middle school. And those things hurt. But like that's you, the piece of paper. You know, just ready to get slingshotted by reality into the positive, into the affirmative. And it's not that I'm not like being extremely affirmative or anything. I don't feel like I'm being extremely positive. But I am like in the more like laissez-faire, kind like almost not exactly blithe, but like allowing for things like morality to exist, and things like fun to exist, you know? and just like even the sort of like allowance of that feeling like a substantial thing in contrast to the previous orientation, and like kind of coming into that with a certain ease and momentum that is like kind of built up by the previous orientation of negativity. It's really interesting, like I just did not predict this at all. But then like in retrospect, it's like I could have seen, it's like seems so obvious that like this would happen. Like it kind of really often happens, kind of like this. It's like, but then it's like surprising every time, even though it's the same. And then now I'm like kind of like talking with a lot of ease, like it's just kind of happening, and more kind of there's more complex sentences and paragraphs and like more sophisticated concepts kind of being illustrated, and of course, and sure, they are all empty, but they're kind of like proliferating with fecundity. There's like no like minding. There's actually no minding of things like my feet being cold. And it's like, and in that sense, it's like that those things still don't really exist when they're not, when they're not like apparent in reality. Like if I'm not thinking about my feet being cold, it's like they are in effect like not cold, And that kind of extends to everything. I like it, Like there's no escapism. There's no escapism, Well, no, there is. I guess there is. Or you could say that. But there's I feel like there's another sense in which you can actually like make those, you can actually kind of like reveal the emptiness to those problems that that would the would-be escaped problems, like the problems that could be escaped. There's maybe also a sense in which you can kind of like eviscerate the substance of them and just make them, and just like not let them exist, not like it's more like to cease giving them existence. It's cool. I feel pretty good. Pretty alive. you know, like fine with letting things exist. Because there's, you know, like there not being any problem with that, and actually like feeling that emotionally. But don't get me wrong, you know. It's not like this isn't the same. This isn't like saying, like there's no suffering, or like suffering's not suffering, or something like that. And we still have 21 minutes. But I also don't want to I'm like kind of cautious, you know, of like going too far in like a giddy like happiness, like, you know, I don't want to like totally just kind of coast out of control. I mean, I know there is not control to begin with. Just to remind you to please be disregarding absolutely everything that I'm saying, because none of it's right. It's all, you know, it's all conditional. It's all empty. But I'm, you know, just continuing to kind of say it with ease. I guess I'll abstain from filming into people's windows. Like to not, I don't know, that there's not an actual danger. I mean, like, conditionally, there's like a, you know, danger if I, you know, if I were to come into like a manic episode, as I guess as they would classify it, a manic phase. Would be, you know, like conditionally dangerous, because it would, you know, of course, like then like lead to its opposite. But then like ultimately it's like, you know, that's also fine. It's just kind of another way of appearing to polarize reality. And yeah, I don't know. It's also weird because like I feel like in this video reality is like both, it's like both polarized and not. Like it's like maybe even in the beginning there's like we could describe it as like a very diligent, concerted effort to not polarize reality. But then in a weird way, like that itself becoming a pole, and like this being a different pole or something. But you know, it's like it's still all I'm still all just like imagining. Like we are just really imagining all of this when we even talk about like the beginning of the video as having a quality. Like the qualities aren't real. That there's no actual like quality to anything. Like it is all kind of like just like an appearance. And the you know, the qualities are just like appearances in our experience right now, that is like, you know, like seeming to refer to some other part of reality, but there isn't any other part of reality, neither like temporally nor spatially. But you know, this is of course just one way of talking about things. I'm gonna whiz again. Well, I'm gonna whiz like kind of in view of these rich people's windows and simultaneously point the camera towards them. So you can look in the video and see if there's any people looking out their window at me. I get that like it would kind of seem to make logical sense to you know, only present through this media the more positive, affirmative, delicious, pleasurable parts of it, and to like hide the doldrums, the negativity, the doubt, the emptiness behind the scenes. But that's not actually true. That wouldn't actually be better. I get like in fact that I don't think that would even actually be more pleasurable or anything. It's like for me it's like the actual richness, like it is like totally like intertwined with like the actual doldrums, like the actual negative. Like the more real the negative parts to me It's like the more real the overall richness is. Like it's like, for me, it's we could say that it's like a type of affirmation to include the negative. But you know, that this is all, you know, doing a kind of violence to everything by like seeming to frame it all within the affirmative, within the positive. That is kind of doing a type of violence to reality, because of its subordinating negativity. You know what I mean? But of course, like, the thing that I just said is like totally contradictory. Like, you know, making the negative value judgment against doing violence to reality. Like, okay, let's do violence to reality. I do actually feel like really happy right now. I'm trying to keep it under control. I guess like yeah, I don't know, like that, like it's weird. Like now I can kind of like I can actually like appreciate a certain like a certain type of like an emotional utility in the potential for these videos to be objectified. And by objectified, I mean, like, you know, in your mind, if you say you've watched like this whole video or most of it or something, or listen to it, like kind of sort of automatically or maybe like unavoidably will, you know, it becomes like an experience in your mind, like a memory, or you have like, you form it into a concept. Like, it's like you can't hold the entire experience in, you know, that doesn't work, but like you kind of form some kind of, you kind of like fit it into your mind in some way, which like kind of necessarily requires reducing it to something, which I'm now seeing like an interesting potential in that like I think that what this could be, like the only sorts of like things that this could be reduced to would be like kind of really interesting things, like just like really interesting like references in the mind, like a very kind of like complex and like difficult to categorize type of experience, you know, and like even to call it an experience, like that is a kind of reduction, like, you know, like an experience existing as a set of memories and associations in your mind, and like this being one that, like, I would think that like the set of memories and concepts around this video, if it were, you know, watched all the way through or listened to all the way through, like would necessarily like contain a lot of contradiction and a lot of paradox, but also like this kind of like emotional topography and like you know, these like kind of like incompatible frameworks of reality, maybe incompatible, maybe not, but like I'd feel like it would be like a pretty, I don't know, like I can kind of see it as an effective kind of like koan, just like sitting in one's memory banks, like, you know, even and even like the memory like not being the real thing at all. It's like not the real this or something, of course, but like what forms in memory, like whatever seems to be concretized or objectified or whatever, like would be interesting. And of course I'm still like speaking very conditionally, because of course, like I'm kind of like extrapolating. I'm creating an imaginary future. I'm like referring to linear time in a way that's like not true, and I'm referring to like objects that's not real, like no actual concretization or what's the word? Objectivization like actually occurs, you know, that still is all only appearance and is like always empty, and there you know, there still ultimately is only emptiness. There's only absence and nothingness. Like I guess that's kind of like a return to the beginning of this video. Some kind of symmetry seems to be happening. Not symmetry, but like form, repetition. Let's see. Oh, 4 minutes left. What do we do these last 4 minutes? We gotta make the most of it. We gotta, you know, have the best possible experience. How do we do that? You know I'm joking. I guess that's the way, is to just joke. to make jokes about valuation, jokes about, to kind of joke about the existence of good or bad, better or worse. I think that's funny. I don't know, I feel pretty good. Like this video as it is currently like concretizing and being reduced in my own mind, is something that is, you know, is of fascination. That, well, it's weird. It's like, it's also like nothing happened in this video. You know, like I still could kind of like stand by like how I started, and yet, you know, it's like even more so. It's even more how it is now than it ever has been. Who said that? Hat tip to my boy. All right, bye.